Good evening. I would like to call this meeting to order. May I have a roll call, please? Ms. Capiello.
Ms. Carbonell?
Present.
Mr. Cohan?
Here.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey? Present. Mrs. Faria? Present. Mr. McDowell? Mrs. Manisi?
Here.
Mr. Nasta?
Here.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Hayden?
Here. Board Member Carbonell, will you please lead us in the flag salute?
Yes, Madam President.
It's actually around the corner, I think, up there.
Oh, okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Board Member Carbonell, would you please read the mission statement?
Yes, Madam President. Empower and inspire every student every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kuhn, will you read the Open Public Meetings Act statement?
Good evening. In accordance with the provision of the New Jersey Open Public Meeting Act, the Township of Union Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof published in the Star Ledger and Union County local sources, posted in the administrative building of 2369 Morris Avenue, Union, New Jersey, filed with the Township Clerk, and mailed to all persons, if any, who have requested said notice. The Board of Education offers members of the public an opportunity to address issues regarding items on the agenda or on any issue. Individuals need to identify themselves by name and address. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Issues raised by members of the public may or may not be responded to by the board. All comments will be considered, and a response will be forthcoming if and when appropriate. The board asks all members of the public to be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking. Comments regarding students and employees of the board will not be responded to the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The board will go into executive session to discuss personnel and legal issues, and action will be taken. May I have a motion to move into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussions? Seeing none, the motion has been properly moved by Trustee Santana and second by Greg Nasta. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey? Yes. Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta? Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Hayden?
Yes.
Just take your packets, because they hit.
Good evening. May I have a motion to move back into a public regular meeting?
So moved. Second.
This motion has properly been moved by Nancy Manisi and second by Chastity Santana. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey? Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta? Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Hayden?
Yes. Approval of the minutes. May I have a motion to approve the following minutes? April 14, 2026 work session, April 14, 2026 executive session, April 30th, 2026 public hearing regular meeting, April 30th, 2026 executive sessions number 1 and 2.
So moved.
Second.
May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey? Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Hayden?
Yes. Next, we have our communications that are reflected on our operations and personnel agendas. I hope you had time to review them. And moving along, good evening, everyone. I would like to take this moment to thank you for all being here this evening. As we begin the public comment portion of this meeting, I want to remind everyone that we value your input and appreciate your time and effort in sharing your thoughts and concerns. We ask that all comments be respectful and constructive as we aim to foster a productive dialogue that benefits our community and the work that we are here to do. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the board. Please remember that while we are eager to hear your perspectives, we are unable to engage in a discussion during this portion of the meeting. However, your comments will be carefully considered by the board and, if necessary, followed up upon. With that said, I invite the first speaker to approach, and this is on resolutions only. For the first person I have is Kathy Jackowitz.
Hi, Kathy Jackus. It's Mrs. J, as my students know me. Unfortunately, I keep coming with the same concepts over and over. With the amount of administration and what the administration has done in letting go of the teachers, 56 positions were not refilled, meaning 33 were lost, 23 due to retirement, et cetera, were not filled. That number is 5.5% of our staff, of teachers, et cetera. And administration, only one was. Actually, not even one at this point. That is 0.1%. 0.1% of administration and support staff let go, but then not because they were changed. And then 5.5% of the staff that deals directly with students. I was on the Board of Ed, you guys know that. I can't even fathom being on your position and thinking that's an okay number. In regards to money and where it's being spent, I'm questioning it because I don't know the answer to this. Did you guys, because with the contract employees, that's a yearly contract. I know when we were on the board and we had to reduce our budget by 10%. You guys are not even at 10%. We went back and asked all our contract employees to sharpen their pens. We put a lot back out to bid. We saved a ton of money. We saved almost $1 million by just asking our contractors, going back out to bid and putting it out to bid. Saved so much money. With the attorney, you don't have to have an attorney here at every meeting. So attorneys here on roughly 5 hours per meeting, twice a month, for however many months, because I think you only come once or twice in the summer. That alone, I can't even fathom how much is being spent. When we asked our attorney, we had an ongoing litigation forever. When we had to take away 10% of ours, they were not willing to sharpen their pens. We hired a new attorney firm, and my God, that once the new attorneys came in, and everything is very specific on each one of the lawsuits. It was done in 3 months. That was going on for about 4 or 5 years. So readjusting and taking new contracts is also just a fiscal thing to do anyway, and I'm certainly hoping that is the case, that fiscally you are asking people to sharpen their pencils and going back out to bid. Just alone, it seems like up until April 30th, you spend $100,000 on legal fees in the, of April, and in March, it was $300,000. That's a ton of money, and if we didn't come in and sharpen our pencils, I don't think we are being fiscally correct. Hopefully you guys absolutely did that. Obviously, you know I'm not a fan of large administration. That's why I'm running for Union County Commissioner. One of the most important things I find as that position would be to speak to the county superintendent and saying I would love to see capped amounts of numbers to be on the administration and support staff. The more administrations we have, that means so much gets lost in what goes on to the teachers. We don't see any administrators in our buildings. None. other than the ones who are direct related, which is principal and vice principal. So by the time you guys get your information, it could be second, third, fifth hand. You don't know really how it affects us. One of the issues we did have for years, we couldn't get math books. Good Lord, people, what are we doing? We're teachers. We couldn't get math books for years until I came here and explained it one year and said not only can we not get it, it was previous administration that when we were spending, I think back then it was $123 per student for books, et cetera. My time
Excuse
is
me.
up.
Yes.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Next, we have Ann Margaret Shannon.
Ann Margaret Shannon, 2591 Spruce Street, and UTA president. Everyone knows we've been going through a difficult time for at least 2 years now and more. It's beyond sad. I think of the elementary children, especially those who struggle with even going to school. You know, some of them don't really even enjoy going to school, and I feel very deeply that it's wrong for those students to lose Spanish and instrumental music teachers and librarians. Those are people outside of the regular classroom who can help them enjoy school. And you know, people are going to say, oh, they're still going to get it, but they're not going to get it. And if whatever they do get online or whatever, who's going to do it? All the classroom teachers who are all working 100% all day long, where are they going to find time to do these 3 extra things? I want to talk about the money, especially the money in central office. We look at the RIFs, we look at the transfers, we look at everything going on, and not one RIF of an administrator. We have non-tenured administrators. We have highly paid staff members in central office. These positions can be cut. I just don't know why all the cuts are in the classroom. With all that said, I do want to thank the HR director, Mr. Attino. He's the one who's been answering all my difficult questions over these past months. And he's really helped me understand some things. Even when the conversations were difficult, he's helped me to help other members, so I do want to thank him.
Thank you, Ms. Ann Margaret Shannon. Is this for resolutions or just for the second comments? Both. Virginia Jeffries.
Oh, that's better. That's my height. Virginia Jeffries, 236 Brighton Avenue, East Orange. Board President Scott Hagan. Good evening, board members, employees, and members of the public in attendance physically and virtually. Comments and questions that were presented about the agenda, which were never responded to at the May 12, 2026 executive session work meeting. The Fiscal and Planning Committee, F32, the approval of General Counsel and Special Education Counsel, Taylor Law Group. A cap is required for this professional service. Open-ended contracts are not allowed by law. What is the cap for the professional services to be for the Special Education Council? What is the cap for the professional service to be the General Counsel? On F33, the Special Labor Council, a cap is required for this professional service. Open-ended contracts are not allowed by law. What is the cap for this professional service to be Special Labor Council? F34, the approval of the Bond Council. A cap is required for this professional work. Open-ended contracts are not allowed by law. What is the cap for the professional service to be Bond Counsel? F35, approve architects. Are these firms to be contracted as needed? And what is the contracted amount for each firm? On F36, the approve of engineers. Are these firms to be contracted as needed? And what is the contracted amount for each firm? Now, I can always, or anyone can ask and file an Oprah request to get this information. That the board does not furnish this seems to be that the board is not responding to what the public is asking of them, because these are supposed to be public records. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffries.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffers.
Yes.
There is a cap on those items. You brought that to our attention last week, and if you check the latest agenda, you would see that there are caps. As far as the architects, that's still in the planning stage. The district was looking at a referendum. Right now it's on pause because of the situation what's going on with the budget. So when that becomes more information, we will deliver that to you as well. Thank you.
Go to the public. Next, we move on to the superintendent's report.
Good evening, everyone. Slightly, because Ms. Suarez, who was our student liaison tonight, I forget, you have an important activity to get to?
I probably missed it already, but...
So the screen's coming down. Do you want to speak from up here, down here? Just be careful.
Yeah.
So I've been very lucky to be spending the last few days with Ms. Suarez. We got to do the Union County, they do a breakfast for all the Vals and Sals, and Ms. Suarez was there last night. She had an exciting night at the senior awards, and now you get to finish it off with this before dance.
Yeah.
Share a little bit about and present to the board and the community. So I'm going to just skip over to get to your part. And then there you go, their clicker, and that.
Thanks so much. Okay, hi everyone. I'm Ava. So I'll just start with a little bit about me. That's why I'm dressed like this. I would have dressed a little bit more professional, but I do have to go to dance after this, so had to save time. Okay, I'm a senior at Union High School, and like Dr. Benequesta said, I'll be salutatorian, so I'm excited about that. Thanks. And then for college, I plan on going to the University of Delaware, where I will be a kinesiology major. I plan to go on a pre-PT track, and then I want to minor in dance. Some other little fun facts about me. I'm the captain of the Union High School dance team, and I'm involved in National Honor Society, National Spanish Honor Society, All In, Empower Her, and Farmer Fam, and I'm also a senior class officer. So those are just some pictures of me, get to know me a little better, get a feel of the vibe. I'm a little nervous, so be kind. And then something else, if any of you are bored at home, because I know you have a half day tomorrow and you have some extra time, I did do a podcast with me and our valedictorian, Jackie Cassandra, and we talked to Senator Cryan, and some people told me it's pretty funny, so if you're bored, you can tune in and watch. Okay, enough about me. Let's get on to other people. So our spring track, we have their state sectional champions. For the 100 and 200 meter, we have Liana Muscat, and then 200 and 400 meter, Rondell Keynes. Congrats to them. Yeah, give it up. For some other spring sports, our unified flag football team, this is their first ever season, and they've done a really great job with a record of 5-1 season finish. So congrats to them. And then our baseball team, they had their first round of Union County tournament, and they did a great job. They won against the 3rd seed Scotch Plains, so good job to them as well, good job all around. And then for our state playoffs, our baseball, softball, girls flag football team, and our volleyball team made it to the state playoffs that start next week, so good luck to all of them. And then our you guys can clap. And then our boys volleyball team is currently the #1 seed for the state playoffs, so good luck to them in this upcoming week. We hope that they perform great, which they will. And then for other spring sports, our softball team is working hard to end their season on a high note, led by their senior captain, Ali Silvestri. And then our girls flag football team is currently 7-2. I put a picture, but I guess it didn't upload, which is okay, because it's on the Tufts Athletics Instagram, if any of you want to go check that out. And then for our spring sport, our boys tennis team had 9 wins, and last week they beat Kearney and Denellen. And then our golf team recently won their Union County Conference Valley Division Championship, and their captain, which is our senior Colby Palacio, was the individual champion. So, yay! And then just outside of sports and just what's going on in UHS as a whole, some senior events that we have. We had our senior day yesterday, which was a lot of fun. And then we have prom coming up June 4th. Our Hershey Park trip is this Thursday. And then we have our pool party next week, which is being thrown by the PTA. So thanks to all the PTA members. We appreciate you. And then for just our general school events, we had Miss UHS, which is like a kind of like a pageant, like fun little competition that we have. We have our spring concert, which was supposed to be tonight, but got postponed to June 1st because of the heat. So if you're free June 1st, you're more than welcome to come and support. Our UHS pack just went to Boston a couple weeks ago for their World Strides competition. I was there on behalf of the dance team. And then our student faculty football game is this Friday. We have our Club Unified Field Day coming up, which the Allied Health kids and the Club Unified kids are all helping with. And then we had our All-In Affirmation Monday, which was led by our amazing club advisor, Miss Hall. Thank you. And then we have a couple pictures up here from our senior day, and then these are just some other photos. So this is from our Heritage Festival that we went to. This is how good we did, how amazing we did, and then a special award that our junior Jackson Golden got, and just because he's so amazing, and we have so many great kids here at UHS. And then we have our Miss UHS flyer. It was a really fun event. I don't know if anyone was able to come, but it was cool. And then basically what All-In Affirmation Monday is when we have a bunch of kids in the club that stay after school or whenever they have the free time, and they write Post-it notes just with positive affirmations to, kind of bring up school morale, especially after AP tests. It was super exhausting for all of us, so it's great to come to the school and be surprised with a note on your locker or on your classroom door. So yeah, it was really great. It's super beautiful. It colors up the hallways crazy, so yeah. Tonight we had our senior awards. Over 100 seniors recognized for outstanding achievements in school and outside of school, and over $90,000 was given out in scholarships. So, yeah. And then ending off on the most exciting note possible, just kidding, AP test. I mean, that's one way to word it. Our AP test is finally done after 2 weeks. A total of 20 different AP tests were administered by our school counselors, and 463 11th and 12th graders were registered to take exams, which is great because, it just shows how hard we work at Union High School. And here's a photo of all of our amazing school counselors who worked so hard to help and dedicated so much time in administering these exams. So shout out to our Union High School counselors and school counselors all across the board. And that is all I have for you guys today. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed. Have a great night. Thank you.
And definitely, I don't see the nervousness. I think you're a natural. But does the board have any questions?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Carbonell.
I would like to know, first of all, you have been tremendous tonight. And talk about uplifting the energy in this room. Absolutely. So thank you. Tell me a little bit what you plan to do with that major in kinesiology.
I'll have the mic. So basically, I want to go on a pre-PT track. So after I graduate college, I want to go to doctorate school, get my doctorate in physical therapy. And then with my minor in dance, I plan on, or I hope to specialize with dancers and performers.
Nice.
Oh, amazing.
Thank you.
Very proud of you and the fact that you are in our school system and with everyone that worked with you to make you who you are today. So I'm just so impressed. I can't even find the words, but kudos to you. Very impressed.
Ms. Santana.
Hello, Ms. Suarez. How are you? I'm doing well. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you are. And one thing that I can say is something tells me that you probably had a lot of options, right? And you chose Union High School. I want to say thank you for choosing us.
Yes.
So, Ava, you stole a little bit of our thunder for later. I wanted to talk about the Senior Awards night, but it was great to see you mention that. You're very humble, though. You didn't let everybody know that you took home the lion's share of some of those awards. We were sitting in the front row, and I watched your pile of envelopes get deeper and deeper and deeper. So congratulations. You're going to have a great foundation to get started at Delaware.
And with that being said, Michael said what I was going to say. We were present last night. Kudos to you. All your hard work is definitely paying off. I can't wait to see what you do after you finish Delaware State. I'm sure you'll come back to Union and share some of your talents and gifts with our youth who will be in school at that time. I want to let you go to dance class. I know you're ready and prepared, so I don't want to hold you up any longer, but thank you and congratulations to you again.
And just a quick picture, because we want to make sure we do it for all the senior liaisons, board liaisons. So a quick picture. And thank you to Mom and Dad. The support for children, it makes the difference, and we really appreciate everything you do. And Ms. Soares, you sure you don't want to come up for a picture? It's her show.
Can't hear.
Check. So, before we go on, I just want to highlight, because I know not too long ago, students came and spoke about AP testing, and I wanted to highlight this year, the 11th and 12th graders, we took, it was a 21% increase from the prior year on exams taken. So I think that's excellent highlight. So, real quick, I have to say we went to a program at the high school where that Miss Meissner put together. It's another grant that we got to the district. We talk about a lot of these grants. We get a lot of money through grant funding. And this is one that definitely Miss Meissner is passionate about. And I wanted to just highlight it. There was a representative from the state. We're doing things throughout the high school with this grant. And I really am excited. Why I want to say it is because I can't wait to highlight once everything's in place through the grant, the impacts on our students. Like, they already got kids from the START program involved. There's a lot of different organizations within that high school that are supporting and excited about this climate literacy grant. So I'm really excited to see where Ms. Meissner takes it in leading that and we're going to report back to make sure, but you can read a little bit about it online. Thank you. Oh, that's right. That's why, because I have to go backwards. Thank you. So I went out of order, and I apologize. So first, with the Teacher of the Year, Ms. Watson, if you want to come up. No, I want to thank you. So as you guys know, the amount of volume and busyness, work that it takes to highlight our Teachers of the Year, you know, we want to make it sure it's at a level that it deserves. And a lot of the time behind the scenes, the people that are supporting us don't get recognized. Ms. Watson did a lot with the Hall of Fame. She does a lot throughout the year. But while she's here helping, she again, thank you. You make my life easier. You keep me on track. And you really love our community. And with things like this, I always know it's a special passion you have. Whether it's baking or creating, you always, I think, put 100% or 110% of energy and love into it. So I just thank you for everything you do. So I'm going to bring all the Teachers of the Year that are here tonight. Please come up, and we're going to recognize you. And then tomorrow they get to go to a breakfast at Kane and be recognized with all the Union County Teachers of the Year. So Miss Watson will help me. So from so from Battle Hill, we have Veronica Ambrose.
That's cute.
From Connecticut Farms, we have Jenna Notice. From Franklin Elementary School, we have Stacy Sanchez. From Hannah Caldwell Elementary School, we have Janine De Silva. Livingston Elementary School, Heather Shanley. And from Washington Elementary School, we have Michelle Santos. Jefferson Elementary School, Jillian Pallone. Burnett Middle School, Brendan Roberts. Kawami Middle School, Maria Grillis. And from Union High School, Nick Ferroni. So again, thank you guys. I appreciate you coming tonight, getting a little bit of, to highlight your hard work, dedication. We're gonna take a picture. I hope you really enjoy the breakfast tomorrow with all the, again, it's nice to see your colleagues in other districts, and Kane really does put on a good time for you guys to be celebrated, and really do take that honor and celebrate yourself. It comes from your selection, your colleagues vote, and at the end, sometimes we have to, but a lot of times in the end, it's clear cut who your school, your colleagues really want it to represent your school as Teacher of the Year. So I can't thank you enough for the work and dedication you put in, and for, again, representing our district as the Teachers of the Year for this year. But why don't we come this way? Squeeze together, we'll take a picture.
You're good, yeah, just slide over. Ready? I'm gonna get out of the way because I think there's some Sanchez boys up there that want a picture.
Everybody look this way.
Everyone at Peter.
Thank you. A little bit bigger. All right. Thank you.
And Peter, Miss Nunes, if you need if for some reason you want an extra copy, she'll send you hers.
All right, sounds good.
You're welcome. So I just want to highlight, there was a tragedy in our district. Still, obviously, the family's still dealing with it. The Belusio family, and the district's going to have a dress down next week to try to donate from the district to the family's needs. So please look out for that. And as well as the Friends are putting on a candlelight on May 21st. So every month, the county highlights the school districts in New Jersey, in Union County. And this month, it's from the county superintendent. We highlighted having the commissioner hasn't been to many districts, the commissioner choosing us to come and see. It was, like I said, a great day. She got to spend time at Franklin Elementary School. She was right in there talking to the students. It was awesome to see that engagement, as well as see our mental health program. She was very excited about that, and a lot of questions too, because that is something that the commissioner and the governor are making part of their initiatives, as well as I know it was mentioned, our flag football did really well this year. So an evening of jazz is coming up on May 21st. Please make sure you look into this and attend. It's free. So, and our students are going to be doing amazing. So make sure that if you're free, it's right here, the MK Theater, and to see what wonderful musicians that we have, see our students coming in and play. Hannah Caldwell Multicultural Night, you can read about that, highlighting some of the things that we were doing at Hannah Caldwell. Again, great event. You see in the pictures the smiles. And these kind of events that the schools put on are just amazing, and it brings together the community. Our self-report assessment determination goals, again, this was posted last month, but I just wanted to highlight, it's out of 78. Why? The state, that's what they choose as the highest number. We're 73 overall out of 78, but you can see our schools, and it's a self-assessment that the schools have to go through and fill out a criteria to tell you where your score is. And, we report on it. The full report is the links attached. Union High School Senior Awards, I know Ms. Suarez mentioned it, but it's just amazing year after year how many, former students. I got to see, again, former students that come back. The one comes from D.C. every year, where she's finishing up finally. She told me she's almost done with her school, but she has been donating to our kids, our students, because somebody donated to her because she didn't have enough money for like a computer or textbooks. And now she's giving back. And it's such a wonderful thing. But our community, I think, goes above and beyond. It's not a booster association. It's not an organization giving the scholarships. It's different community groups that are giving back to our schools. And I think it just sends such a different message. And people that really got some reward from us through the time they were here, or a connection along the way. And they're willing to give, again, $90,000. I know the The UTA does a lot, the PTAs do a lot, but then a lot of community as well. So thank you to everyone that, again, comes together for our kids to give them that, like Mr. Cohen said, a start to college and their next endeavor. Franklin won the attendance award for this month, 96.873. So congratulations to Franklin, great job. And as the year going on, I think the ones that are winning at this time of the year really deserve a little extra because these are the times that it's getting a little harder. So we'll see how the May and June last. We have to report, nothing to report as far as this short time period, May 13th to May 19th for HIB, but we do have to affirm from May 1st to May 12th. And there was 5 met the criteria, 2 from Anna Caldwell, 2 from Kwame, 1 from Burnett, 2 unfounded from Union High School, as well as 2 inconclusive, Livingston and Union High School. And thank you, Madam President. That's it for my presentation.
Does the board have any questions or comments? Ms. Carbonell?
Dr. Benacuesta, those organizations or entities that contributed to the scholarships, do we post them on our website or on our social media to make sure that people see who they are so that we can support them just like they support us?
I'll reach out to Ms. Bossert and Ms. Ahern, who kind of oversee the senior awards, and ask that question, or maybe it's something, again, that the board suggested, that moving forward, we make sure either through our communications, and we create something to make sure we're highlighting them. But that's a good point to bring up.
Anyone else? Good point, Dixie. All right, seeing none. Next, we have the Education Student Discipline Committee Chair, Ms. Manisi and Ms. Carbonell, to present the resolutions that we voted upon tonight.
Good evening. Upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Education and Student Discipline Committee presents the following resolutions for the board's consideration. E11A affirms superintendent's determination of HIB. E3, approve long-term suspension in home instruction. Oh dear. E4, approve updated school calendar for preschool provider YMYWHA for the 2026-27 school year. E5, approve Kane University research study. The other resolutions were voted on at the last work session.
Second.
Any discussions? The motion has been properly moved by Dixiana Carbonell and second by Nancy Manisi. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Cappiello?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heden?
Yes. Next, we have the Fiscal and Planning Committee Chair, Mr. Cohen, and Mr. McDowell and Ms. Santana to present the resolutions that will be voted upon tonight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I defer to Mr. McDowell, Ms. Santana, to deal with most of the resolutions, as is typical, most of the resolutions are standard pro forma resolutions that are on the agenda each month. I will note that, as Ms. Kuhn said earlier, all of the resolutions where we are making appointments of council, architects, engineers, and so on, all indicate in the resolution an amount not to exceed. So we are in conformance with whatever requirements may exist. I'd also like to call the public's attention to F47. As we all know, when we adopted the budget last month, we noted the impact of the significant increases in the cost of health care. The New Jersey School Boards Association recommended to its members that we consider adopting this resolution to send a message to our state leaders to address this on that macro level that I noted, that we can't solve these issues here locally in the Township of Union. we need help at a much higher level. And I'd just like to read, there are a lot of whereases. It's one of those standard, very formal resolutions. I would invite the public to review that. It's on the printed agenda, and it's posted on the website. But I'd just like to read the resolution statements themselves. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Township of Union Board of Education in the County of Union calls upon the governor and state legislature to provide immediate short-term relief from the unsustainable increased health care costs experienced by school districts in recent years, and be it further resolved that the Township of Union Board of Education urges the governor to engage in meaningful engagement with all affected stakeholders to develop and implement practical long-term reforms to the state system and assist the self-insured delivery of health care to its public employees in order to generate meaningful long-term savings, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to Governor Sherrill, State Treasurer Aaron Binder, State Senate President Nicholas Scutari, Assembly Speaker Craig Coughlin, our own Senator Cryan, Assemblywoman Annette Quijano, Assemblywoman Ed Rodriguez, and the New Jersey School Boards Association. And at that, Madam Chair, I'll defer to Ms. Sanantana and Mr. McDowell.
Thank you for reading that aloud, Mr. Cohen. I appreciate that. Is there a second? Oh, who's reading the resolutions, I should say?
May I was going to move them in blocks.
You can.
There you go. Oh, okay. If allowed, Madam.
Yes.
Thank you. So upon recommendation of the Superintendent of School, the Fiscal and Planning Committee presents the following resolutions for the board's consideration. I'm starting at F1. So 47, F7, and F44 were already approved. And I hand it over to you, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been properly moved by Ms. Santana and second by Mr. McDowell. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Cappiello?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey?
Abstain F39, abstain F40, abstain F41, yes to everything else.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi? Yes. Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heden?
Yes. There are no grievance and negotiations to present this evening, so we move on to the Operations and Technology Committee Chair, Mr. Nasta, Ms. Faria, to present the resolutions that will be voted upon tonight.
Upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Operations Technology Committee presents the following resolutions for the board's consideration. O1, approve security drill and bus evacuation reports. O2, approve no location for Camp Invention, Livingston Elementary School. O3, approve request from Township of Union Police Department. And T1, approve recycling of equipment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Madam President, I'd just like to read a short statement.
Can't hear?
Hello? Madam President, I'd just like to read a short statement to make sure our community is aware as far as the heat wave that we're facing right now. So the forecast for today and tomorrow called for temperatures in the upper 90s with high humidity, and our monitoring shows that many of our older non-air-conditioned classrooms cannot be kept within a safe and comfortable range throughout our full school day. In light of this, we decided to operate on a half-day schedule, early dismissal, to protect the health and safety of our students and staff, and to ensure that the instructional time we provide occurs under conditions where students can reasonably focus and learn. The New Jersey law requires boards of education to maintain temperature-controlled and indoor air quality policies, Policy and Regulation 7421, indoor air quality, informed by the state's POSHA indoor air quality standard, which identifies a general thermal comfort band of about 68 to 79 degrees Fahrenheit in mechanically conditioned spaces, and directs districts to investigate and address conditions when classrooms' temperatures fall outside that range. Our actions and decisions are consistent with Regulation 7421, the PEOSHA Indoor Air Quality Guidance, and the practice of the New Jersey districts that implemented earlier dismissals during similar heat waves when their facilities could not maintain classroom temperatures within the comfort band. We fully recognize that early dismissals are disruptive for families, and we do not take these decisions lightly. They are a last resort after we have considered and implemented mitigation measures such as fan shades, class relocation, short-term steps. Going forward, we will continue to document conditions, review our indoor air quality program, and prioritize facility improvements that enhance ventilation and cooling to reduce our heat-related schedule changes in the future.
Thank you, Superintendent Benquista. So the motion has been properly moved by Ms. Santana and seconded by Mr. McDowell. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Cappiello?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey? Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes. Next, we have the Personnel Committee Chair, Ms. Conte-Mackey, to present the following resolutions that will be voted upon tonight.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with your permission, can I move these in block?
Yes.
Thank you. Upon recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Personnel Committee presents the following resolutions for the board consideration. P1A through P5.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion has been properly moved by Ms. Elsie Conte-Mackey and seconded by Mr. Greg Nasta. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Cappiello?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes. We have no policies to present this evening, so we're moving along. We have the Residency Committee Chair, Mr. Manisi, and Mr. McDowell to present the following non-voting resolutions.
Thank you, Madam President. Upon recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Residency Committee presents the following resolutions. So they're for informational purposes only, no vote required. And this is our information as of April 30th, 2026. 19 student transferred, 8 from elementary, 3 from middle, 8 from the high school. And that's our information for tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Manisi. May I have a motion to approve the bills list?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussions? Seeing none, the motion has been properly moved by, I believe that was Ms. Carbonell, and second by Ms. Santana. Ms. Maria, was that you?
I moved it.
Oh, I'm sorry, let's clear that up. So it was moved by Ms. Santana and second by
Myself.
Ms. Carbonell?
Ms. Carbonell. I had it backwards. I apologize. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Cappiello?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes. Now we're on to unfinished business. Okay, I see Ms. Manisi.
I just wanted to piggyback on Dr. Benequista's report. I was, had the privilege to go to, of course, the Tubbs Hall of Fame dinner on May 7th. It was a beautiful event that was here, honoring former students and community leaders for their contributions and what they're doing post-Union High School. It was a great event. Thank you, Dr. Benequista, Mr. McDowell, for giving us the opportunity to bring that event back. I also attended the Tomorrow's Teachers program at the high school, and it's for our students. It's like a sports signing for college, but it's for our future teachers, and they signed letters of intent to go to their respective colleges. It was a great event. I think we had 9 seniors, 8 or 9 seniors, and then we had a group of juniors who are going to continue in the program. Mr. Daly does a great job. Everybody that's involved. It's a great program. The students are exceptional. Looking forward to see if someday they'll be able to come back and work in our district. And finally, I did go on May 12th to the Climate Literacy Grant, and it was amazing to see what Ms. Meixner and all the students, the staff, the custodians, everybody involved in it, all the areas. Okay, thank you. All the areas courtyards that are going to be fully, they have fruit and vegetable plants, trees, and it's going to, benches, all kinds of things, and it'll be a place for students and staff to go out during the day and to relax and enjoy the outdoors. It's going to be a beautiful area. It's behind the library is one area. Ms. Hall, could you tell me the other areas? I know we looked there. Right, and they're doing an amazing job. The students, it's the environmental club along with the advisors, so great job. And also, just want to remind everybody, the Memorial Day Parade is coming up. It's on Monday. Hopefully the rain will stay away. It's going to be a beautiful event. I hope we have spectators and people participate. I know some of our schools are, some of our teams. ROTC, the marching band, the cheerleaders. We have a whole contingent that's going to participate. So I encourage everyone to come out, participate, or just come out and watch and cheer everybody on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manisi. I see Ms. Carbonell.
It's not always easy to, good evening, everyone, by the way. It's not always easy to sit here and hear some harsh truths or perceptions that you may have about us. But we do listen, we reflect on it, we do talk about it. With that said, Ms. Lipstein, Ms. Gomes, and Ms. Jeffries last week reminded me that we did not acknowledge the students that came before us to speak. And I just want to say thank you, ladies. I want to take a moment right now to say to those students, if you're listening tonight, even though it's rough listening to what you have to say, thank you for coming before us, and thank you for your honesty and courage. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Santana. Ms. Santana.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Carbonell. I agree with you 100%. Sitting here, I want to say this to the public. There used to be 5 minutes when I was on that side, and I took all my 5 minutes, and nobody up here agrees with me with the 5 minutes. Listen, if I could find some friends, I want them back. I'll say it again and again. We sit here to listen to the comments and to give that feedback. So I concur with my colleague. Sitting up here and as an adult and talking, your voice shakes. As a child, to stand up there and advocate for whatever it was they were advocating for, their beliefs, I loved it. Come back as much as you want. I'll fight for your 5 minutes too. So thank you to those children that came up here and made their comments. I think that those were one of the most important comments of the night. Another thing that I wanted to talk about, and I'm sorry I don't remember who it was. We did have a parent, and if I remember when the parent came up to speak, she said something like, I feel embarrassed even saying something about this because we were talking about people's livelihoods and things getting cut. But I would even dare to say that this comment might have been the most, in my opinion, comment of the night, and it had to do with the 4th grade graduations, right? I come from a place of, I like data, I like to see, and weigh out evidence. And this is how I see it. If I sat down in September of 2025 as a 4th grade child, I knew that at that moment I was a senior in that building, in the Township of Union. So all 7 elementary schools that we have, whether you're in Washington, Franklin, anywhere you are. And I knew that at the end of the year, I'm gonna walk across the stage and my parents are gonna be there and I'm gonna take a picture, and that's what I know. And if from September to, May, June, something happened because a whole bunch of adults really got together to make decisions, it's not fair to the children. So I know that a lot of times everybody thinks that here, the board wants it this way. I wish that I could have a motion on here to vote for a 4th grade graduation and to give the 4th graders a pool party, lollipops, ice cream, and whatever it is that they want, because I absolutely would vote yes. And I think I have 8 other friends that also would vote yes. So I mentioned it in work session. We're bringing it out here. We were told that this was a decision, and we get it, because Franklin is being repurposed. They kind of wanted to make it special to Franklin. I still, to this moment, don't understand why we can't print some certificates. We don't even need balloons. I don't know if the kids can, I don't even know, but I know that we can get it together to have these 4th graders walk across the stage, get a picture, get a certificate, and go on about their business. Now, September 2026, it might be a little different, because at that moment, they will not be the seniors in the building. They will see that there is a little bit of a change and a shift, and the expectation won't be for a 4th grade graduation. But there's not a lot of moments that you get a mic in your hand and you got to give your opinion. But if it's up to me and if I had a vote 1,000 times over, it would be give the 4th graders a certificate, give the parents a picture and a smile, and for the children, that should be done. So that's what I would like to say about the comments that we had for these past 2 lively events that were our board meetings. I also wanted to call attention, one thing that Union does well, right? Love you, I hate you, however it is they see you. When there is a tragedy, when things happen, we get together. I invite everybody out this Thursday. I'm running out of work. I don't know where I'm gonna park, but I'm gonna get there to say a prayer and a vigil for this family that I don't even know what this poor woman is going through, her husband, and her 3 children. I remember the daughter, she went to school with my children, and all I can say is tell a friend, bring a friend, pray. If you have no money, prayers are free. Whatever God you believe in, let's get these people home so that they can love again in Union. Mm-hmm. Senior night, more baseball. We won the county. I don't want to say anything bad about our baseball team, but we're kind of like struggling through it. But I was very surprised and very happy when we won and went on to counties. It was great to be at the 2nd level. We didn't make it, but a lot of baseball, a lot of fun. We had senior night, a lot of pictures, a lot of baseballs that says, "I love your mom." Senior activities are on their way. We're gonna have babies that sign yearbooks, go to prom, and we move on from senior year. I wish I could always stay in kind of this senior year and not go into adulthood with them, but they do, right? That's what I have to say. Thank you so much for listening. And once again, give those 4th graders some graduations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santana. I think Mr. Vice President Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to follow on to the comments that Ms. Manisi made about the Tomorrow's Teachers program. I too attended that, and it's gratifying to see that we are working to build for the future of this profession that I've dedicated my life to. So I too am looking forward to one day hiring back some of our former students as teachers in the district. I also attended, I mentioned before, the awards assembly last night. And one thing really struck me, other than the accomplishment of all of our students, one thing struck me when I turned to Ms. Scott Hayden and said, I just realized something. Not one of these seniors was yet born when I left the school district in 2006. So made me feel a little old. But finally, I want to make sure that I make note of something that happened right here in this room about a week and a half ago. We held our Township of Union Public Schools Hall of Fame induction. And simply put, that's the proof in the pudding. What it is that we do here is important to the community and important to the children in our charge, because they go out into the world and they achieve great things. We had 2 NASA scientists. We had a biochemist, a neuroscientist. We had a Hollywood producer, a Grammy-nominated artist who's not a recent graduate of Union High School. We also honored the first principal of Union High School. Is it Grace Boyden?
Grace.
Who was also the first football coach. She was an incredibly accomplished educator, opened Union High School back in the 1920s. It was just a really great night to take a look at the accomplishments of our former graduates. We hadn't done a Hall of Fame induction in about 30 years, so we had 16 honorees that night. As we move ahead and do this in the future, I hope we have as many inductees, but I suspect it'll be a smaller group as we do it more frequently. So, despite our challenges, despite the shortcomings that we have to address, we still do great things in the district, and I'm very proud of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Anyone? Mr. McDowell.
And since Mr. Cohen brought up the Hall of Fame, that young lady we saw speak tonight, Ava Soares, future Hall of Fame guaranteed. One other thing I like to do is just read a letter that I received from a teacher in the district, and I won't say who, but I read it, and it meant a lot to me because I agreed with everything this person said, and I'd like to just read it tonight. There's no question that this has been an emotional time in our district. People are worried. Staff members are anxious about changes, transfers, reductions, and what the future looks like. Those feelings are real, and they deserve acknowledgement and respect. But what also concerns this person is that the conversation has started to move away from facts and towards personal attacks. During the disagreeing with decisions is fine, is fair. Questioning leadership is fair. Holding the administration accountable is part of the process. But there is a difference between advocacy and turning every conversation into an attack on one individual because some people simply do not like him personally. I've watched the tone shift over the last 2 years from professional disagreement to constant character criticisms of Dr. Benaquista, and I think that this is dangerous for this district. Not every difficult decision is made out of malice, and it is certainly not retaliation. Not every restructuring plan is personal. Not every change means someone is trying to hurt staff members. We are all aware that the state has made it extremely difficult for school districts to build budgets that truly make sense. Districts across New Jersey are dealing with rising costs, funding challenges, mandates, and financial uncertainty. These are not issues unique to Union. And while none of us like seeing cuts, changes, or restructuring, I do believe Dr. Benaquista and his administration team have had to make incredibly difficult decisions based on what they believe is in the best interest of both students and staff long term. That does not mean every decision will be popular. It does not mean everyone will agree, but difficult leadership decisions should not automatically become personal attacks. What concerns this person most, and myself, is the amount of embellishment and chaos being created around every announcement. Fear spreads quickly, and when emotions take over, facts often get lost. We can advocate for staff without destroying trust in the entire district and community. We can disagree with leadership without demonizing leadership. We can support our colleagues without turning professional disagreements into personal vendettas. I know Dr. Benaquista. You may not agree with every decision he makes, but I do not believe he wakes up every day to hurt this district. I believe he is trying to navigate an incredibly difficult situation with enormous pressure coming from every direction, knowing that people who came before him could never have done what he is accomplishing with his team. That does not mean people cannot question decisions. They should. That does not mean staff concerns are invalid. They are not. But leadership requires balance. And unions should also be aware not to fuel the division simply because personalities clash. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing: strong schools, supported staff, and successful students. And I'll end it there because I don't want to read it any further. I may go into identifying this person. But as I said, I agree 100% with what this person wrote, and I thought it should be read because the last couple of meetings, things have been getting unruly, to say the least.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there any other unfinished business? Seeing none? Okay, we'll move on to new business. Ms. Carbonell?
And I believe Ms. Santana brought some of this up. I know that we're dealing with a very difficult time, not only in our district, in our state, and throughout the world. But bringing it home, I would be remiss if I didn't say that our thoughts and prayers go out to every student, every staff member that collaborated with the young lady. I'm not going to say her information out of respect for her privacy. That was just in that horrible accident. My understanding is it was a graduation gift that her parents had saved for. And this happens, this horrible, horrible accident. So my prayers go out to the family and everybody that loved her or loves her in one way or another.
I second that sentiment and prayer. Anyone else under new business? Seeing none, I'll move to comments from the public. The first person I have is Virginia Jeffries.
Can't hear you.
Can someone fix it?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, okay. I'd like to make a point of order before I start. Board Member McDowell read a letter into the public record. That is a public document now that anyone can ask to be released. It's in its entirety. So by not disclosing their name, you have disclosed who they are by reading the letter into the public record. So, Virginia Jeffries, 236 Brighton Avenue, East Orange. Board President Scott Hayden. Good evening, board members, employees, and members of the public in attendance, and physically and virtually. Comments and questions that were not allowed to be presented by the public at the April 30th, 2026 regular board meeting was in violation of the Open Public Meetings Act, Board Policy 0164, Conduct of Board Meeting, and board members. The Open Public Meetings Act is a law that guarantees the right of the public to attend and participate in public meetings. There was a violation of the Open Public Meetings Act, as well as the current Board Policy 0164, Conduct of Board Meeting, when the public was not allowed to fully participate in the meeting, when the board terminated from the agenda the second opportunity for public comment under item 20, comments from the public without any explanation. On the April 30th, 2026 board meeting, this was a violation of the Open Public Meetings Act, as well as the current Open Public Meetings as the board policy, when the public was not allowed to fully participate in the meeting, when this board terminated from the agenda the second opportunity for public comment under item 20, comments from the public, without any explanation. This deprived the public the right to fully participate at a public meeting under the Open Public Meetings Act. The public was being disenfranchised by this board to openly express and question what actions the board was taking in regard to the 2026-27 budget and other matters of importance. So there's an order of business under Board Policy 0164 under a regular board meeting, which was ignored. So, also, the board needs to explain this disenfranchisement in denying the public full participation at any board meeting of education under the Open Public Meetings Act. And lastly, board members, while you are volunteers, you are asked to be voted in this position. You are all politicians because you raise money for this position and ask people for their vote. You are all government officials that ultimately must answer to those who voted you into this position.
Please, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffries. May I have Susan Lipstein, please?
Susan Lipstein, 2569 Jackson Avenue. I spoke at last week's work session that having only one certified school librarian for the entire district is the absolute least that the district can do for our students. And I said that over 7,000 children deserve more than the least. You heard testimony from public librarians, certified school librarians, the New Jersey Library Association, the New Jersey Association of School Librarians, members of the public, including a retired librarian, me, public library, parents and children, especially the children, about the negative ramifications of cutting the librarians. Sometimes those in charge need to rethink decisions they have made in the middle of a crisis. And I'm asking you to reconsider the cut to our certified school librarians. Meanwhile, this issue has already gone our district to the state level. In testimony to the New Jersey State Board of Education, which is 13 members, on May 6th, a representative from the New Jersey Association of School Librarians mentioned two districts only, ours and Woodbridge, as examples of districts that ignore the state's school funding model for school funding reform, which includes school librarians and the staff. And the State Board of Education was asked, how do districts such as ours offer effective school library media services as required by Administrative Code NJAC 6.13? How do we? We're not. It's hurtful to the children in our district. If the local school board cannot do what's best at the district level, then we have to go further. Members of the public, if you want librarians, if you never want this to happen again, you have to contact our local legislators. Senator Cryan asked for your vote. Ask him to save the school librarians. Assemblywoman Annette Quijano, same thing. Assemblyman Ed Rodriguez. The people in this community will have to stand up to the legislators, ask them to save the school librarians and school libraries. They know if there's a bill to strengthen the school libraries, it has to go above the local district, which in my opinion is not doing right by the children. Contact the New Jersey Commissioner of Education to strengthen equitable access to school library programs for the 7,000 children in our district. They are not getting equitable library access. And Mikey Sherrill, who's talking about how literacy scores in the state of New Jersey are lower than in Mississippi, and our district, and literacy, we know 50 years of school librarians in the school raises literacy. She needs to know that we need to tie this into state aid. We want a new state aid formula. We want the librarians to be part of that. And then so perhaps you'll lose state aid if you don't have sufficient library services. And I guarantee you one certified school librarian for 7,000 students would not be sufficient.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Lipstein. Next, we have Yalen Ramirez.
Galen Ramirez, 1332 Linchrist Terrace. I'm actually here reading on behalf of Luisa Baez, who could not be in today. I know she emailed her comments, but I wasn't sure if they were going to be read into the record or not. So good evening, everyone. I'm unable to physically be at the meeting tonight, so I would like this read to the public. I hope everyone is doing well and that you, the Board of Education, received my letter with my hostility complaint and should be taken very seriously. Tonight, I ask that we keep the lines of communication open, transparent, and honest without hidden agendas. Our community deserves that, and most importantly, our students deserve that. As we discuss this proposed budget on April 30th, I urge the board to think outside of the box when making cuts. We should be cutting where it makes more sense financially, not where it directly harms children and their education. Our students are already struggling academically. We cannot continue balancing budgets on the backs of children, teachers, and the essential student services. With that being said, we need to look honestly at spending priorities. The new administrative building at 850 Lehigh is a luxury. We already had an administration building located next to Union High School's field. Why wasn't that space sufficient? That is an example of where money could have been saved. We also need to evaluate administrative costs. We currently have a superintendent and 2 assistant superintendents, one who is running for councilman in Elizabeth. How vested is he really in Union, where he didn't even mention that he currently works? At some point, we have to ask the difficult but necessary questions. Do we truly need this level of administration while programs, staffing, and student supports are being reduced? Let's do the math. Let's make responsible decisions. Let's prioritize students over excessive administrative spending. I ask you to keep the children of this district at the center of your decision-making and not let other people make those decisions. Thank you. And on my own, Ms. Santana, that was me, the parent that made that comment about the 4th graders. I appreciate you mentioning it because I agree with you. It's really silly, and I really think that we should let our kids have that moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lizette Zapatas.
Hi, good evening. I'm just gonna put my own timer so I know I don't run out. I'm 360 Washington Avenue. I actually wanted to start on a positive note and give an update. I was here a few months ago over a situation with my son at Kiwami Middle School where he was being told that he shouldn't be in honors classes because of a 504 accommodation due to ADHD. And I'm happy to report that due to my advocacy, myself, my husband, and working with this board as well as with other individuals within the district, my son has remained in the honors program. He had a straight A's in the 2nd marking period, A's and B's in the 3rd marking period, and we're now in the 4th marking period, so I can report on that. But in addition, his IXL diagnostic for English was in the 9th grade level, and his IXL diagnostic for the math was in the upper 8th grade level. So just wanted to give that brief update. And then on the more difficult conversation, these are my comments about what's going on right now within the district. I think that based on what I heard today at the meeting and what is actually happening, there is a disconnect and there is actually a conflict about what is being celebrated here. We're celebrating today our teachers. We're celebrating the work that they do with the students. We're celebrating a program to increase the number of teachers that are going into the teaching field. But then we're saying, let's cut the teachers, let's cut the programs, let's put our kids longer in front of a Chromebook, for example, for the Spanish program. And so I'm trying to reconcile that disconnect and that contradiction. And in addition to that, I think in Union, we as residents feel that we pay very high taxes. We are one of the cities within the county where we have a great majority of those taxes going to our school system, and we are not seeing that reflected in the programs and in the quality that our students deserve. We are seeing cuts where our neighboring towns are having expansions. My husband is a teacher in Springfield. They are hiring Spanish teachers. They are renovating the high school. They are replacing the HVAC system in the high school. There are air conditioners in all of the schools. So I just don't understand why our neighbors seem to be getting it right where we cannot get our act together. And the last point is, I have 39 seconds, is that Ms. Santana, you mentioned the value and the importance of data, and I wholeheartedly agree on you with that, because when I went to Kiwami for my son and I said, Tell me what is the data behind the rigor of this program. Nobody could show me the data of how that program is being evaluated. And we want the same thing here. We, the parents that are in this room, are demanding the data. We want transparency. We want to see the budget. We want to see where did the savings from this realignment, where is it going? We are saving on bus services. Where? How much? Where is that savings going to? We also see here in F43 that there is an approval for travel and related expenses. There is no cap on that. We want to know where are those travel expenses and what is the cap, the same that in the other items. There is a cap. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Jennifer Reed.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Reed, and I'm a union resident, taxpayer, and parent of 2 students in the township. I reviewed the district's proposed budget and staffing reductions, and I'm deeply concerned about the priorities being presented to this community. The district says these cuts are necessary because of financial hardship. But according to the district's own budget documents, transportation costs exceed $12 million. Employee benefits exceed $37 million. However, administrative costs remain more than $2,200 per student. At the same time, the district is eliminating librarians, media staff, intervention support, instructional positions, and other student-facing services that directly affect children in our schools. The public has also seen executive administrative compensation remain extremely high during this process, including reported 6-figure salaries and substantial benefit packages for upper administration while educational positions are being eliminated. One of the most troubling decisions is reported elimination of all library media specialist positions district-wide. So tonight, I want to ask a few direct questions. Before cutting educational and student support positions, what specific reductions were made at the executive administration level? Will the board publicly release a detailed line-by-line comparison showing cuts made to administration versus cuts made to classroom and student-facing services? And how does eliminating librarians, intervention support, and instructional staffing improve educational outcomes for union students? The public understands financial challenges, but the public also expects transparency, accountability, and evidence that students were prioritized before bureaucracy. Right now, many residents do not see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next we have Michelle Zada.
Hi, Michelle Zada, 1523 Brookside Drive, parent at Livingston Elementary School and parent at Hannah Caldwell. I emailed all of the board members here, and I think you know exactly what I'm going to be talking about. It's in dealing with Hannah Caldwell. I know we have dumped a ton of money into Hannah Caldwell, particularly with the mold. I know before, even before the mold situation, we spent over $700,000 on the HVAC system at Hannah Caldwell, yet we can't get the AC and parts going there. And there's been parents, particularly in the pre-K wing, that have been emailing Board of Ed members, their superintendent calling the office repeatedly because of the temperatures that have been here, particularly that this is a recurring thing. It's been going on for a couple years, which is the absurdity about the amount of time and resources that we have put into this that we haven't got Hannah Caldwell fixed. I had came into the September 16th meeting to complain yet again about the AAC that's happening at Hannah Caldwell and my son's pre-K not working. And I don't think it ever worked. And that was the same meeting that we had talked about that how much Hannah Caldwell put us in the hole of $8.5 million, not including the insurance claims that have got denied. I mean, I spoke last time, we got here essentially because of Hannah Caldwell, yet that was never ever mentioned in how we got here. So yet again, Hannah Caldwell is still an issue with the amount of money we pumped. Parents want to know a timeline as to when it's going to get back on. I mean, there's that issue. And then also too, with like talking about the future of our school district, there was mentioning of the Weber Park, that as a parent, I want to talk about the future of like our 100-year-old system buildings. I want to see a plan for that. I want to see a plan of how are we going to get our students up in scores. I had also mentioned in that September 16th of wanting to know the iReady scores. All of you guys were, I emailed for an open request to see the iReady scores over the years. I do know that last spring, my student at the Livingston School in the first grade, that 30% of those students were only on grade level. And then Dr. Rodriguez sent me, for the second graders, that only 20% are at grade level. I spoke to Mr. Paterno about this, about getting help, and I'm actually seeking help for my child. And the terminology of when I need it isn't being designed to students aware of their deficit and they're not getting the help, and they're not meeting them frequently enough. So when we come and take the NJSLA, and you're seeing this, these cohorts are no longer being impacted of the COVID loss. This is exactly what is our research that we're getting. And they're not those scores that are coming in. And I present everyone with those scores that are coming in. There's
Thank
a
you.
big, big deficit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zada.
Thank you.
To one of the points that were just mentioned.
Were you first and second?
I did check in with the principal of Hannah Caldwell, and there is only 2 rooms that we're working on that the HVAC and the manager of buildings and grounds under Ms. McKenzie's leadership, they are still need to deal with, but everything else was functioning.
Thank you, Superintendent Benquista. Ann Margaret Shannon, please.
Ann Margaret Shannon, 2591 Spruce Street, and UTA President. Today and yesterday, many UTA members on their own individually contacted their principals and Assistant Superintendent Ms. McKenzie to ask for relief from the weather. I thank them all. I think these UTA members were appropriate in stepping up for their children that they educate, and I thank administration for listening and making schedule changes to help all those at the school buildings. F47, the UTA appreciates the resolution and looks forward to working with hopefully all of Union County administration. We had a meeting at the Union County Education Association today, kind of brainstorming what we can do as a county and maybe even the whole state. We hope that you guys are going to be part of brainstorming some solutions. I do have a specific request of all of you, can't read my own handwriting, to join the UTA members in this fight. UTA members go to Trenton on lobby days to speak to legislators. We attend hearings at the Senate, and again, my handwriting is horrible, and we participate in rallies. In the past, I've actually asked the Board of Ed to please join me in Trenton, so I'm going to do it again, because on June 18th, the CWA, another union, will be hosting a healthcare reform rally at the State House. I intend to participate, and I hope that many of you will come along with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shannon.
Can I just, and one more follow-up to Ms. Zada's, one of the things she mentioned is it hasn't been officially brought to the board yet, but the state let us know that we were awarded the competitive grant again. It's a New Jersey high-impact tutoring grant, $320,000 that will be formally presented to the board for the resolution next month. But Ms. Skakoza, even while she's dealing with other matters, wanted me to make sure that I knew that was coming to our district again. So as far as tutoring, we are continuing to look at outside funding grants to bring, again, additional programs to our students. So there's some parameters to it. Ms. Kuskoza will put it on for next month. But I'm happy to share that we have another $320,000 that we'll be able to award to programs, tutoring programs.
Thank you, Dr. Benaquista. Vice President Cohen.
Yes, I'd like to correct something that was commented upon earlier to make certain that the record reflects the reality and the law. The Open Public Meetings Act requires an opportunity for public comment. It does not specify the form or format of that content, or opportunity to comment. The board has discretion to schedule that public comment in the way it deems appropriate, and at the April 30th meeting, it was announced that the public present could make comments on any item that they deemed necessary at the time that we offered the public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Cohen. And with that being said, the board will go back into executive session to discuss personnel and legal issues, and action will or may be taken. May I have a motion to move back into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion has been moved by Vice President Cohen and second by Chastity Santana. Can I get a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Maki?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Ms. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nesta? Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Weren't these chairs the worst?
I just make
Back into public session.
Second.
Roll call, please, Ms. Capiello.
Oh my God, thank goodness. Uh-huh. Yes?
Yes.
Kante Maki?
I said yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Hayden?
Yes.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Second, oh, yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think they're doing it on purpose.
Who was it?